All right, guys. Thanks for tuning into Billiard Breakdown tonight. Sorry for the delay. Dan Sharlow just got out of work and tried to get here as fast as he could. We've got the champ, Ron CASANZIO, the best player in Rochester, New York, taking on the #1 ranked Dan Sharlow. This is the top 15 players in Rochester, New York, and this is going to be a race to 15 and 10-ball pool. The players are going to be using a magic rack, and it looks like Ronnie wins the lag. He's going to start us off with the break. Good luck to both players. A lot of people have been anticipating this matchup. Ronnie's got a shot on the one. It's going to be a little uncomfortable bridging over the 8-ball. Could affect his accuracy here. Getting on the 2-ball is tricky as well. You want to shoot this cue ball with top left spin if possible, but he may be forced to go around the 6-ball.
Lead off or later? Doesn't matter? All
right. Ronnie's able to clear the 7 very nicely. He's got a good look on the 2-ball. He could use bottom left to bring the cue ball back around the right side pocket.
It's the same damn league, goddammit.
Excellent shot here. He's able to leave himself a good angle on the 3. If he were to come up a little shorter, he would have to just be cautious of the 10-ball, and making position for the 5 would be a little more tricky. He may still even have a little bit of an awkward angle. He should be able to just draw this back a little bit. Even if the cue ball bumps into the 10 slightly, he should still be clear for the 5. Both players on their phone, swiping through TikTok. Ronnie hits an excellent follow shot here. Ronnie has a really unique ability to turn what appears to be a difficult rack into something quite runnable. We've got Eric Downer in the live chat says, get the money right. I've got the money right. Thank you, Eric. Ronnie overrolls the cue ball a little bit. He shakes his head at the shot. What's he got here? The 8-ball is in the way of the 6 for the right corner pocket. Can Ronnie narrowly squeeze the 6-ball into the side? It's possible. Just a low percentage shot, but it's definitely possible. Eric Downer in the live chat says, Ronnie looks like my car mechanic. Probably is. Maybe Ronnie's got some hidden talents you don't know about. Is Ronnie looking to play safe behind the 9-ball? No, he's not. The 6-ball actually went, and Ronnie does a great job of rolling that 6-ball in pocket speed to cheat the pocket just a little bit. Great shot. Dan Sharlow taps his leg, showing his appreciation for the shot. It was also a 2-way. The cue ball is behind the 9-ball. Eric Downer in the live chat says, good grief, he hit that pure. Pure it was. Absolutely perfect. Now, the 7-ball, he leaves himself pretty awkward on the 8. Chooses to slow roll the 7 in, leaving himself the tougher shot rather than trying to force a position. Going 2 rails, back to the far side of the table for the 9 into the right corner pocket is difficult. This may be more difficult than the previous shot he just hit. But look at this. Ronnie doing Ronnie things with the cue ball. You should be able to just hit this regular center. Maybe light top to fall onto the left side of the 10-ball. Man, this guy's going to be tough to beat if he's running racks like this, you know? Really tough. Really high-level shooting, extremely impressive shooting from Ron CASANZIO to start us off. Score is 1-0. The champ shooting like the champ.
Yeah, there are 2 teams that are playing there.
Eric Downer in the live chat says, Dan Sharlow better sweep the leg the first chance he gets. It's not a bad strategy. It is illegal, but, you know, if Ronnie can't walk, he can't shoot. I'm going to start a live poll within the live chat for all the viewers on who you think is going to win. Tough to say if Ronnie miscued there. Kind of sounded like a miscue. He was trying to add a touch of inside spin, it seemed. Dan Sharlow with a good look on the 1. Likely to play safe somehow. He could thin the 1, leave the cue ball behind the 6-7. He could also bank the 1 behind the 6-7. And he plays this with perfect speed. Really nice shot. And the 110 is a possibility if Dan Sharlow gets ball in hand. That's the shot to go for. Ron CASANZIO rolls or knocks that 10 ball out of the way, taking away the combination.
10, right? Huh? We're playing early 10 count, right? I can do 2-10. You gotta call it. Yeah.
Dan Sharlow clarifies with Ronnie that they are playing an early 10 as long as you call it. Ronnie confirms it. 2-10 does go. Let's see how straight that shot is. That's pretty dead on. Dan Sharlow likely to make that combination if he can land straight on with the 2. This is looking very good for Dan. He sinks it. Nice shot. Scores 1-1. Dan Sharlow to break.
Evan can do that. You mind doing this first?
Show me the +1/+1.
Yeah, I'm saying he can do it, so we don't got to worry about it.
Sorry guys, back with the live commentary. Had to do something real quick. Hopefully I didn't miss anything too important. We've got Eric Downer in the live chat that said, does Dan shoot that combo if it's hill-hill? Of course he does. That's the shot to go for. It's straight on. Really, not really a high-risk situation there because a couple of the other balls were tied up. Owen Evans in the live chat says, Ronnie does not give it to him if it is hill-hill. But the thing is, Dan played an excellent save on Ronnie, so maybe he has really no choice. Really nice back shot by Dan Sharlow there. Gets a tough-ish shot on the 2, but he doesn't have to worry too much about position as long as he pots the 2. He just needs to roll the cue ball forward. And being on the rail, although not comfortable, he really only needs top for this shot. Dan goes for side pocket. Good choice to get on the 3, and he leaves the cue ball behind the 10 even though he missed. Ronnie looking to kick at the 2. Going behind the 9 ball, it seems. Rail first to possibly get some sort of pot on the 2. Good hit. He leaves Dan with another back shot. This is doable, but holding for the 3 can be tricky here.
Not 9 balls. I played 9 ball when I was a kid.
Nice shot. Leaves himself a really thin cut on the 3. I don't know if this is very makeable. It's possible, but extremely difficult here. Dan chooses to play safe instead. Doesn't quite get there, leaves Ronnie with a bank shot of his own. Although, it's possible Ronnie may not go for the bank. But playing safe is difficult here as well because of the 6 ball. Let's see what the plan is here. Tricky position. An option is to just use heavy bottom right on the cue ball, draw the cue ball past the 6 and the 7 down to the far short rail, and have the 3 ball just bank horizontally towards us. Not a bad leave. Dan looking to play safe. Back to Ron. Dan comes up with a really nice safe. The 3 rolls up against the 6. Ronnie left with another tough shot here. Maybe play into the right long rail with heavy right spin near the side pocket. Towards the right of the side pocket. Tough shot. And that'll be ball in hand for Dan Sharlow. Ron CASANZIO makes contact with the 3, but nothing hits a rail after. The live poll within the live chat has 100% of the votes in favor of Ron CASANZIO. Where are the Sharlow believers? Where's the cue ball going? Cue ball scratches into the left side pocket. That's rough. It was played with good speed. Ronnie gets a kiss on the 4 ball on the way back up, but he's absolutely perfect. Now, position on the 6 ball, it's difficult. Ronnie may have to play or leave an angle on the 5 ball so he can play the cue ball with maybe top left spin to get back on the 6. But what kind of angle does he leave himself here? Not much to work with. We may see Ronnie choose to play safe behind the 7 ball if he's not able to get good position on the 6. He miscues. The 5 ball luckily drops for him, but Really surprising miscue there for the champ. And the cue ball leaks out. Dan Sharlow with a rare opportunity from the champ to finish it out. Is he going to set up for the side pocket here? Dan leaves himself very nice on the 7. Curious to see if Dan's going to hit this 7 ball with some pace to get the cue ball back off the rail. Does look like he has enough. He should be able to get behind this 9 ball without any issue. We've got Le Bavu in the live chat. What's up, Le Bavu? Le Bavu says, even when Ronnie miscues, he doesn't miss. That's right. This is a difficult shot here. Tough cut on the 9. Tougher to shoot the 9 with a touch of bottom right to make position on the 10. Can he do it? It's a great pot on the 9. Can he make the 10? Not an easy angle here. Dan Sharlow still favored to make the shot. And he sinks it. Really well done. Dan Sharlow takes the lead in the race. Scores 2-1. Really touchy shot there for position on 2 by Ronnie. Well done. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand. Can he make it 3-1? That'll be quite a significant early lead against the champ. This is doable. Position on the 5 is key here. Eric Downer in the live chat says the stroke Ron put on the 4 ball lost that rack for him. Yeah, it did. Dan gets really nice on the 4. He's going to have to draw this back, but he's got to watch out for the 7 ball now. Looks like Dan's taking a look at shooting the 5 into the left corner where the 9 is sitting. This is the shot to make. If Dan can make this shot, he's more than likely to be out. Cue ball should roll between the left side pocket and the first diamond right next to it for position on the 6. Excellent shot. The 5 ball caroms off the 9 ball. Dan knows the 9 ball makes the pocket a little bit bigger. Well done. This is extremely good position on the 7. Should be able to roll this cue ball forward and back out from the long rail for position on the 8. Dan wants to make sure he can land on the correct side of the 8, which is a little further down the table. But even if he doesn't, he can work the cue ball around the table just fine. And it looks like he gets the wrong side. The 9 ball is close enough to that corner pocket to where he shouldn't have a problem. We have a customer in the background that took Dan Sharlow's seat.
So, Donnie? This weekend, I'm not even going to be in town. And it's my brother, it's my son's. You guys not moving this one. Here you go.
Dan Sharlow getting sharked. Should be all right though. He sinks it. Where's the cue ball going? That's absolutely ridiculous. What a roll. Absolutely ridiculous roll for Dan Sharlow there. Wow. Round CASANZIO wins the rack. Don't know how. Eric Downer in the live chat says you can lead a horse to water. Can you elaborate on how that refers to the pool game? Ronnie scratches on the break. Dan Sharlow with another ball in hand. Did all the hard work in the last rack. Eric Downer in the live chat says, you have the TV table surrounded with the blue barriers, but people still walk right through. Oh, that's what you mean by lead a horse to water. Yeah, funny. You know, things that we may find obvious, other people may not. It is what it is. This is looking very runnable for Dan Sharlow as well. Cue ball makes contact with the 8 ball. Sends it down the table, but Dan ends up with a nice shot on the 4 ball anyways. Does he have to make short side position on the 5? The angle seems a little much to hold. Let's see how he does. He goes up and down the table. He's got a pretty far shot now. Although all he needs to do is stun at the 5 ball and he'll be okay on the 6. The live poll in the live chat has updated. We're no longer at 100% in favor of the champ winning. 22% believe in Dan Sharlow. Nice shot there by Dan. Plays it with regular center. Just to try to have that 5 ball not wobble in that pocket. Well done. We've got Eric Fuchs in the live chat, says, had to give Dan Sharlow a vote. Looks like we know who voted for Dan Sharlow. Thanks for the vote, Eric. Cue ball rolls right up against the 7. Let's see how much space he's got. Not much. He's got enough to actually cut the 7 in, but this is not easy here. Position on the 8 is tricky as well. Eric Downer in the live chat asks if we have any shims on this table. We do not. All natural. Eric Downer in the live chat asks if this TV table is red label or blue label. It's a blue label.
Don't worry about it. I'm good. That's why I can stress like that. Oh, look.
Dan chooses to play safe. That is the smarter decision. Ronnie does not get hooked behind any ball, though. Le Bavu in the live chat says he feels sharked watching the stream. Part of playing pool is dealing with the distractions. The old school hustlers didn't get a quiet room themselves either. Ronnie doesn't get the save he wanted. He wanted to hit the 7 a little more full to send the 7 more towards the center of the table. This is a makeable cut for Dan Sharlow here, although position on the 8 is questionable. This is a makeable pot. Does he get perfect? That's damn near perfect. He's got the right angle to just roll above the 10 ball. And look at this positional play by Dan. Excellent. Right around the 10. Great shot. Dan needs to make sure he doesn't scratch on this shot, and he'll be okay. He sinks it. Really well done. Dan shooting extremely well. Could have been 4-1 if he did not scratch on that last 10 ball. Scores 3-2 right now. Dry break for Dan. Ronnie possibly going for the 1-8. Doesn't go for it. He doesn't get the safe either. Dan could try to leave this cue ball behind the 8 ball. That'll be a pretty nasty save if he can manage that. This is a touchy shot because he's actually got to hit this 1 ball with some pace to actually send it back up the table. And the 1 ball is coming back. And I think Ronnie's going to make Dan shoot the shot now. When you accidentally pot a ball in 10 ball, your opponent has the decision to shoot the shot or pass it back. And in this case, Dan does not have a good look at the 2 ball. Ronnie's going to make him shoot it. Dan should be able to make contact no problem, but it's definitely an inconvenience.
Ronnie, I'll call 8. 8.
Dan's calling the 8 ball. He's got to hop over half the 7. Almost makes it. Gets a pretty good result. Ronnie should be able to see the 2, but there's some pretty good distance. Tough shot to make. But not tough for Ronnie. And now, I don't see any issues for Ronnie here. The live poll in the live chat has updated once again, swaying more in favor of Dan Sharlow taking the win. 62% favor the champ, 38% believe in Dan Sharlow. Hey, we got drone shots in the live chat. What's up, drone shots? Jody in the live chat says Ron got this. Well, he's perfect on the 5. He's got to leave himself a little bit of an angle on the 6, and yeah, he should be okay. How you doing, drone shots? Ronnie should be able to bring this cue ball towards the right side of the 8. Most likely with a stun. Nice shot. Drone shots in the live chat says he's doing good. Good to hear. This is a bit sharp of an angle to hold for the 10. Ronnie's going to have to more than likely hit 2 rails. But he ends up perfect. Great positional play there by the champ. Ronnie looking around to see if anyone saw the positional shot. We all did, Ronnie. And he sinks the 10 ball. Score is now 3-3. Good shooting by both players to start us off. Good break, but Ronnie shakes his head at the position of the 3 ball. Kind of looks like he's chuckling to himself. What's possible on the 3 ball here? Doesn't look like it's potable into either corner pocket, which is a pretty unlikely roll to get, but here we are. Ronnie may almost be better off not potting the 1. You know, just shoot the 1 to miss it. See if Dan wants to deal with the 3 ball. Because shooting the 1 doesn't reward you with much. Even if you get a good look on the 3, you don't have an easy safety shot to play. Cue ball dies on the rail due to the heavy spin Ronnie put on it. What's he got here? Drone shots in the live chat says 10 in the corner off the 8, but I'm not sure what you mean. And Ronnie finds the side pocket somehow. Dan Sharlow with ball in hand and an open layout. Can he capitalize on a couple rough shots from the champ? Dan's taking a look at the 8-10 combination. It goes. It's not dead straight, but slight angle. Still a doable shot. He may try to hold for the 5 and leave himself a sharp angle for the cut. He can also choose to stun down to the short rail. Let's see what he does. Goes down. Heavy draw maybe, unless he thinks the 7 will pass the edge of the side pocket. And look at this. Excellent result here for Dan Sharlow. Really, really nice shot. Good position on the 8 ball here. He's got the right angle to get on the 9. Dan leaves himself a little bit of an angle on the 9. Perfect to just roll back up the table on the right side of the 10. Dan makes position on the opposite side. Both are good. Can he make it? 4-3. He can. Great shooting for Dan Sharlow there. Scores 4-3. Dan with a 1-game lead over the champ. It's really important for Dan to maintain the pressure against a player like Ronnie. Once Ronnie starts to get away, then anyone's in trouble. Looks like Ronnie's got a back shot on the one.
Where are you going? You want me to walk you there? You want me to get Dave to walk you there?
Although if he makes the shot, he'll fall onto the short side of the two ball. Ronnie taking his time here. Ronnie almost makes a shot. Dan should be able to pot the one. Getting back on the two is difficult if he plans on going between the 2 and the 10. Let's see what he does here. He does pass between the 2 and the 10, but overhits it by a touch. Dan looks up at the sky. This 2-7 combination is tough. Doable, but tough. Smart choice there, playing safe behind the 7. Ronnie should be able to make the kick, no problem. He just wants to... I mean, going for the pot here is not a bad idea. You want to hit the high side of the 2, so even if you miss, the cue ball goes to the other end of the table, hopefully. I don't think people know what the blue barriers are for. Interesting. Is Dan considering the 6-9 combination? Looks pretty straight on. Not too much risk going for it as long as you get good position on the 6. Going from the 5 to short side position on the 6 is difficult as well. He may have to settle on the combination. We'll see. We've got Mezzy in the live chat, says, does Keto or Ernie still play down there? Last time I was at that hall, Ralph was still working the counter. So I don't know who Ralph is, and Keto and Ernie do not play here. Where are you from, Mezzy? Nice combination for Dan Sharlow there. Should be able to go 2 rails, just kind of horizontally back and forth for a position on the 7. Looks like he's going to follow this through. Also a good choice. Lower percentage of having a rattle and still gets to a similar position. Well done. Mezzy in the live chat says he's from Rochester, New York. Used to play over here at Billiard Breakdown in Eastridge. Played in the late 90s to early 2000s. Cool. What happened? Where'd you go? Dan uses a touch of inside spin to get back on the 8. Gets a little further than he would have preferred, but still a very makeable shot for Dan. Can Dan take a 2-game lead here? That'll be pretty significant. Great shot by Dan Sharlow. And to take a 2-game lead, 5-3. Can he do it? Mezzy in the live chat says, I had to start working. Still love the game, though. You still around town? If so, you should stop by Billiard Breakdown sometime. Dust off your cue. And Dan sinks the 10 ball. Really high level play from Dan Sharlow tonight. Well done. Dan is getting sharked by Laura.
Right in front of you, too.
Jody in the live chat says Dan Sharlow is playing a little bit tonight. Yes, he is. He's playing extremely well tonight. He's definitely on a mission. Wants to take down the champ, and it's looking pretty good so far. If he continues shooting at the level he's currently shooting at, he's got a good chance. Jody in the live chat says Ronnie will tie it in the next 2 games. Drone Shots has the champ winning 2 in a row starting from now. Dan does not get position on the 3 though. This is going to be problematic. What's he got here? The jump is a little bit awkward as well. 3 is close to the short rail, and the cue ball is kind of towards the center of the table. Does he have a shot? We've got Mezzi in the live chat says Ronnie is a beast. Ronnie's nickname is Julio, and when road traveling players came through Rochester back in the day, most people said no Julio. No one wanted to play Ronnie. Yeah, I don't blame him. Ronnie is a beast, still is, was a beast, still is, you know? I was talking to Shane Winters about Ronnie, and even Shane Winters, one of the best players in the United States, says Ronnie's still plays about the same as how he used to. So that's quite the compliment from a top-level player. Dan Sharlow undercuts the 3 by a little bit. Drone Shots in the live chat says Dan overcut the 3, or was it the 2? I don't even remember. But he overcut something into the corner pocket. Ryan was trying to avoid the 8 ball and have that cue ball pass between the 8 and the 10, back up towards the center of the table. Instead, he leaves himself with a thinner cut than he would have liked. And the 4-ball wobbles in the pocket for Ronnie. Dan Sharlow back at the table. He's got a good chance here. Position on the 5 is difficult, but if he can get there, he should be able to finish it out. Mezzi in the live chat says, I remember Shane, Dave Grau, Pat Howie, and Ronnie were the top players back in the day. Maybe they still are. Shane stops by Rochester, New York, and plays on the live stream here at Billiard Breakdown a couple times already, and hopefully he comes back soon. Dave Grau, although I don't believe I've met him, I hear he's an excellent shooter as well. And Ronnie's the champ. And Dan is going to underdraw this cue ball a little bit. He's stuck on the rail. Position on the 7 is difficult here. Putting the 5 is difficult enough. Dan chooses to play safe instead. What kind of angle did he leave Ronnie here? Looks pretty straight, but Ronnie does just need to roll this cue ball forward, it seems, to make position for the 7. And what a stroke by the champ. Extremely clutch shot right there. Ronnie shakes his head at the leave, but the 9 ball is conveniently sitting in that side pocket for Ronnie. He should be able to hold the 8 by that side pocket and still pot the 9 with position on the 8. This is quite the back shot. Should still be able to make it, no problem. He wants the cue ball to go down the table and come back off the short rail just a little bit. Nice shot. Ronnie chokes! Ronnie chokes on the 10 ball. Ronnie chokes. Unbelievable miss for the champ. Let's take a look at that shot one more time on the instant replay, courtesy of Viet Nguyen. Ronnie chokes Wow, what a miss for the champ. Score is 6-3. Well done to Dan Sharlow. Looks like the pressure's on Ronnie. What a miss. Dan Sharlow now has a 3-game lead. Does he have a back shot on the one? Tough to say. I'm leaning towards that he does, but we'll see. Dan tries to play safe. Doesn't get there. He's trying to leave the cue ball behind the two. Drone Shots in the live chat asks if the overhead camera is working, and it is. Flex. Man, what a surprising miss for Ronnie. Nice position on the two. It's uncomfortable shooting over the 9, which it's going to be difficult for Ronnie to make position back on the 3. He may just go for the pot and play safe here. Good hit for Ronnie. Dan should be able to kick at this though. He's calling the 6 ball. Is he going to add a touch of left spin, go around the 8, and kick at the 3? Look at this. Look at that. Wow. What a shot by Dan. Look at this. I mean, that's as good as it gets right there. Ronnie almost makes the cut. I mean, the kick. Dan tries to play safe behind the 8, 9, 10. Ronnie's got a shot. He misses it. Dan back at the table, but Ronnie's pretty safe. Good contact. And good answer. The 5 ball is in the way once again. The border does not work. Ronnie kicks the 3 ball into the side pocket, but shakes his head. He didn't call it. Really nice shot there by Dan. Cue ball bumps into the 7. He's trying to pass by it, but not a terrible result. Dan can actually still bring this cue ball back towards the center of the table with a cut on the 8 into the right corner. Looks like he's considering stunning the cue ball towards the short side of the 8 as well. He misses it. Kind of seemed like Dan was eyeing some sort of two-way safety shot using the cluster as well, but Ronnie can see the 7 ball. Although position on the 8 is unlikely, but Ronnie may be able to find a way with heavy follow. Nice follow shot for the champ. He's got another real test of a shot right here. No problem. Can he finish it out? He misses the 9! Ron CASANZIO misses the 9. Is he safe? Maybe. Wow. Wow. What's Dan going to do here? Kicking at it from the far short rail, maybe? That seems to be the most straightforward option. You hit this with some pace. The 10 ball does go anywhere. You could just happen to make position if you hit it at the correct speed. What?
Fucking rails.
Cue ball hops off the rail. Dan Sharlow complains about it, and we are getting it fixed in the first week of June. Sorry about that, guys. Ronnie's taking a look at his tip. And he sinks the 10. Score is now 6-4. Our blue barriers still unable to block people from walking through.
But this is 10 ball. I already jumped earlier.
The foul. I'm talking about the foul, the jump stick.
I already used it earlier.
Yeah?
Yeah, I jumped 2 balls.
Oh, I didn't see that. You're lucky you got away with it.
I'll still call this in.
The players are debating on if Dan Sharlow is allowed to jump. Ron CASANZIO says he plays Jaws rules, and Dan says he jumped earlier, so it should be okay. I mean, even if Ronnie typically only plays Jaws rules, this is still something that must be gone over before the match starts. I can definitely tell things are getting a bit heated between both players. Definitely some tension. Dan Sharlow really applying the pressure towards Ronnie today. He's doing a good job. Ronnie scratches into the side pocket. Dan Sharlow back at the table with ball in hand. Five ball does seem to clear the 10 into the right corner pocket. Should be able to make position. Maybe shoot the 4 into the far right corner using bottom left. He's got a little bit of a tough angle on the 5. I mean, if he max draws this, he can draw to the rail and back out for the 7. But it's not easy at all. Dan's taking a look at slow rolling the 5 right into the 9-10 to just take the longer shot on the 7 as well. That might be the shot to go for. But he misses the 5, and Ronnie's going to be perfect. Or is he? The 9 ball maybe in the way of the pot. I think Ronnie should be able to make it, though. Ronnie's shooting with his left hand for this shot, and really nice stroke with the lefty shot. We got Vinny Lesh in the live chat. What's up, Vinny? Vinny asks, when you redo the table, are you doing blue or gray cloth? I'm going with the tournament gray cloth. Should look very nice on the stream. And nice out by Ronnie. Score is 6-5. Dan Sharlow did have a 6-3 lead, and Ron CASANZIO makes it 5-6. We've got Thomas Kosha in the live chat. Says, let's go Dan. Dan's got to win this next game for sure to maintain the pressure on Ronnie. Push out shot for Dan. Ron CASANZIO has the option to shoot the shot or give it back. This is a tough one. Gives it back to Dan. Good result. The 9 ball is in the way. Ronnie should be able to shoot between the 8 and the 9 and make contact with the 1. The 8 blocks a preferable angle, but he should be able to.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you. It's your call. Okay.
The players definitely seem to have a lot of tension. Dan Sharlow asks Ronnie if it was a bad hit. Ronnie says it's on the opposing player to call the foul. Can someone in the live chat go back, take a look, see if it was a bad hit for me? It's too late for me to use the instant replay feature on that. Dan going for a 110 combination. Thomas Kosha in the live chat says, all this pull is making Dan Sharlow lose his hair. And our viewers in the live chat very helpfully confirm that it is a bad hit Thank you, Le Bavu, Owen Evans, and, well, Drone Shots says the shot looks good. Looks like we're kind of split, but my initial impression was that it was a bad hit. So, yep. Can Dan make the early 10 ball? The last thing he wants is for the 10 ball to hang, and then Ronnie can shoot the 10 ball as well. He sinks it. Great shot for Dan Sharlow. The score is 7-5. Dan Sharlow with a 2-game lead once again. Drone Shots in the live chat says good hit once again. Owen Evans says Ronnie made contact with the 2 ball first. We've got Cory Payne in the live chat, says, what's going on, Mike? What's up, Cory? Got a match Saturday. We've got Parker Canarvis taking on the challenger, Cory Payne, Saturday at 7. Drone Shots in the live chat concedes that Ronnie did hit the 2 ball first. And Thomas Kosha in the live chat confirms definitely a bad hit from Ronnie. Dan maintains the pressure on Ronnie with the nice 10 ball combination. And the cue ball goes straight into the side pocket. It was a nice stroke, though. Ronnie back at the table with ball in hand. Game's getting serious. Ronnie shakes his head at the position on the 4. Let's see what he's got. A little tricky, or very tricky. The 9 blocks the 5 ball setup using bottom right. The 10 ball blocks just rolling this cue ball back out. Maybe inside spin to clear the 10. Let's see what he does. Thomas Kosha in the live chat wants to know how much is in the middle. Le Bavu has the answer for you. Really nice shot by Ronnie there. Le Bavu in the live chat says we have to come down and ask them ourselves. Thank you very much. Thomas Kosha in the live chat says, I'm in North Carolina. Yeah, man, fly down. It's just a short flight away. You may be able to make it before they finish the match. And Ronnie hampers himself on the 10 ball. He's taking a look at his tip. He's confused about something. This is an extremely difficult shot. Even position on the 9 is unlikely here, even if he pots the 8. We've got Jim Herbert in the live chat says, if you watch it in slow motion, Ronnie fouled for sure. Thank you, Jim, for confirming. And the 8 ball hangs for Ronnie once again in the same pocket. Tom Kosha in the live chat says, I'll just text Dan later when he wins. Sounds good, Tom. Just don't text him right now or he'll say you're sharking him. Yeah, Ron definitely not happy that the 8 ball hung. Look at this. Look at this. The cue ball makes contact with the 10 ball on the way back. And Dan's got perfect position. Jay Dwyer in the live chat says, Michael, you have a great place and the food is amazing. Thank you very much, Jay. Appreciate the compliments. Dan with a real test of a shot here. He's considering the back shot. Le Bavu clapping for the position. He sinks the 10 ball. What a shot by Dan Sharlow. Wow. Score is 8-5. Dan Sharlow regains his 3-game advantage. Man. Let's take a look at Dan's position on the 9 ball once again after Ronnie hangs the 8. Look at this. Insane. Thomas Kocha in the live chat says, Dan Sharlow learned how to play on my Gold Crown 3 when I was in Watertown. Nice out, Dan. Yeah, what an out. Really great shot under pressure for Dan Sharlow there on the 10 ball. Wow. All right, Ronnie. Time to work your way back in. Is Dan able to make this one ball into the side pocket off the 4? Looks like it. He misses it, but he doesn't leave Ronnie an easy shot. Ronnie tries to play safe using the 7 ball, leaves Dan a cut on the 1. Good safety using the 8 and the 10. So I'm going to close the poll in the live chat right now. It's going to end at 72% in favor of the champ Ron and 38% in favor of Dan Sharlow. I'm going to restart it to see if the opinion has changed at all. Dan makes good contact. Ronnie with a good look at the 1. He's got to hit this with pace if he wants to make position on the 2. Does he get behind the 6? Looks like he's still got a shot. Ronnie was looking to hit the 2 ball a little more clean to come further down the table for the 3. The cue ball scratches into the side pocket. Ronnie, visibly confused. Dan almost misses the 5. He may have to settle for the long shot on the 7, which is what he's taking a look at right now. Can Dan finish this out? It's looking pretty good. He should be able to bring this cue ball down to the short rail and back up for position on the 9 into the side pocket. Really, really great shot there. He gets a little more of an angle than he would have liked on the 9, but this is still doable. Should be able to make position for the 10 ball into the right corner pocket. Roger Jackson in the live chat says hello. What's up, Roger? Score's 8-5 right now in favor of Dan Sharlow. What do you think? Dan comes up a little short. If I were Dan, I would probably play safe here. Tough to go for a shot. He's calling the corner pocket. That is the pocket to go for. To make it 9-5, can he do it? He sinks it! What a shot by Dan Sharlow. What a shot. Wow. Score is 9-5 right now. Dan Sharlow hits a clutch shot on the 10 ball. Man, he's shooting out of his mind tonight. Man, let's take a look at that shot again. He sinks it! Insane cut by Dan Sharlow. Roger Jackson in the live chat says nice recovery. Thomas Kosha in the live chat says nice out, Dan. Wow. Incredible shooting by Dan tonight. Can he keep it up and become the new champ? Tom Kosha in the live chat says, great stream. Thank you very much, Tom. Dan's getting loose. That's a shot you shoot when you're feeling good about yourself, and he should be able to draw this back for position on the 3. Tom Kosha in the live chat says, tip your host and bartenders. Man, I just work here. Oh boy. I mean, if Dan is making positions like this, then yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, but Dan's on a mission today. The 5 does not appear to clear the 6. Actually, maybe he does have 40% of a pocket. We've got someone new in the live chat, Juan Perez. What's up, Juan? Juan says, I'm from the Bronx. Congratulations for your live stream. It's one of the best. Thank you very much, sir. Happy to hear that. You know, we've been gaining viewers from different parts, not just Rochester, and it's been showing. Thank you very much. Man, if Dan Sharlow runs this one out too, that'll be ridiculous. Can he do it? Thomas Kosha in the live chat says this run out is easy peasy for Dan Sharlow. All right, Dan's on the 9. Can you get back on the 10? Joining me on the live chat, on the live commentary is Paul Jacob, better known as Jake Paul.
Hello, everybody. This is quite a match. Wow, Dan Sharlow leading 9-5 against the champ Ron CASANZIO. How did this happen? This is awesome.
I don't even know. You know, Ronnie, he was playing well in the beginning, but he choked a couple key shots.
Yeah.
And then Dan capitalized. He also made some early 10s,
Okay.
you know?
Got it. Yeah, I was standing watching when Dan made that really good cut on the 10 ball.
8. Oh, he missed the 9. I missed it.
It does look fairly safe, though. Can Ron see the edge of the 9?
Barely. Maybe not.
I don't think he does. He could probably masse to make contact, but not a bad lead for Dan Sharlow here.
Le Bavu in the live chat says, jinx. Yeah, we jinxed Dan's run out there.
Well, he got a good leave, so...
Yeah, Tom Kosha says he missed it good. And I'm going to eat some chicken wings now. Paul Jacob is going to take over for 15
You
minutes.
have an interesting number of chicken wings in front of you, Mike.
You know, I ordered 8 chicken wings and I got 3.
Someone's trying to say you should be on a diet.
Hey, they might be right.
Yep. Getting a little chubby lately, Mike. Looks like Ron CASANZIO is trying to masse this. Now, the thing with the masse is he could even make it. So anything could happen here. He's elevating. And with the masse shot, the inside should carry over to the left long rail and keep the cue ball on the bottom half of the table, allowing for a shot on the 10, hopefully. So if he can masse and pot the 9, that would be incredible. He could steal his frame. But there's many ways this can go wrong too. looks to go for the masse. He's elevating. Wow, what a shot. Ron CASANZIO masses and nails it. Could this be a steal for Ron CASANZIO to come back 6-9 here? What an incredible shot. What a shot. The leave on the 10 isn't perfect, but this is certainly potable. And after a shot like that, it looks like Ron is going for the corner left pocket on the top. Or the side, it's hard to tell. But he misses.
Chokes!
Ron CASANZIO misses the 10 ball into the left side pocket. Fortunately for him, he's left it fairly difficult for Dan Sharlow. But the balls are both off the rails, so Dan has a lot of options here to play a good safety right back at him. Alternatively, if Dan is really feeling good, he could even attempt a cut or a bank. A lot of options here. This will be a strategic choice for Dan Sharlow. And the way he's been shooting, Mike, munching on his chicken wings, thinks he's going to go for the cut. He hasn't called anything just yet. Looks like he might be going for that cut into the top right corner pocket. Now he's looking at the other direction, so Dan Sharlow calls the top right corner pocket, so he is going to go for that thin cut. And what a chance he's gotten after Ron CASANZIO with a wonderful masse shot, pots a 9. Ron did have a shot on the 10, a fairly difficult one, but nothing out of potting ability for Ron, but he misses. At Ron's level, that kind of miss is not normal. And Dan Sharlow misses the cut, leaves it open. So here's Ron's second chance. Ron should be able to pot this even though there's some distance. Both balls comfortably off the rail. Is Ron going to pot this to bring the score up 6-9? I just got in here about 10 minutes ago, but it looks like it's been quite a match. Kudos to Dan Sharlow for getting to this position. It's not easy against Ron CASANZIO. Now, I did see that Ron might have made a couple blunders early on, but even with that, getting a lead on Ron CASANZIO is no small task. And Ron CASANZIO misses again. Wow. What is going on with Ron? And he sells out the game, leaving the 10 ball right over the right side pocket. Wow. Mike here can't contain his excitement and sprays chicken wings all over the commentary booth. Wow, yeah, that's quite crazy. Ron CASANZIO missing those kind of shots. It was a potable shot, and he's left it pretty easy for Dan Sharlow, and I do not think Dan Sharlow will miss this. And he doesn't. The score is 10-5, with Dan Sharlow with a massive 5-game lead over the champ in Rochester, Ron CASANZIO. Are we going to see the crowning of a new champ today? This is as good a chance we could hope for. In this frame, to recap, what happened is Ron massed the 9 after Dan missed the 9. He potted the 9 with a beautiful masse shot. Got on the 10, sort of awkward, but with a potable angle. Missed the 10 into the left side pocket. And left a thin cut for the 10 for Dan Sharlow to the right corner pocket, which Dan misses, leaving Ron a long distance pot on the 10, which was makeable. And Ron misses and sells out the 10. So quite a dramatic turn of events here. But ultimately, it's Dan Sharlow who comes out on top in that frame. So it looks like the players are taking a short break. Dan's left his glove on the table, indicating that he's the one to break this one. And he will be back, so might have gone to use the restroom there. In the poll, we have 62% in favor of Ron CASANZIO. And this was at the 8-5 when Dan was up 8-5, so that tells you a lot about the perception of Ron's abilities. Lebavu says, intense gamer match it has been, and Jake Jackson in the chat says, time for the 5-pack. Well, Jake, if we see it, this is when we should. Lebavu requests a halftime show. Mike is heading there to dance on the table for y'all. Stay tuned. How is everyone doing? Did you guys see the match yesterday between Sean Zhang and Mark Kramer? And what a match this is. Dan Sharlow returns to the table, hoping to extend his sizable 5-frame lead against the champ of Rochester, Ron CASANZIO. Is he going to steal this title today? This could be his big night. Pots of 4. The one gets kicked out by the 3, but favorably so. Great break by Dan Sharlow. Great control break, great spread, good cue ball, and a good tap on the 1 ball from the 2 ball makes it potable. Dan with a really good chance here to do some damage. Everything is white and clear. Just has to do the work and run it. Look at that shot. We need a replay of that. Wow.
Oh!
Ron CASANZIO is not pulling any punches. What was that? He jumps the 110 combo. What a shot. Is this the start of Ron's comeback?
Wow. What a shot by the champ. Let's take a look at it again. What a shot. Wow.
That was quite a shot right there. Wow. Ron is not messing around.
Oh my God, what a shot. Did you see what Jake Jackson said? Jake Jackson in the live chat says, time for a 5-pack.
Yep.
For Ronnie.
I did see that.
Le Bavu says, halftime show. Cory Payne in the live chat says, Dan should win the way this is going, but Ronnie's the king of grinding things out, so you can't call it until it's over. That's right. What a shot by the champ. Le Bavu clapping emojis in the live chat for Ronnie. Wow. And Owen Evans says love to see it. We got Roger Jackson in the live chat too. Sinks it.
He certainly did.
And Thomas Kosha, Dan Sharlow's biggest fan, says give props to where it's due. Nice shot, Ronnie.
Dan Sharlow calling the cross bank on the 1 ball.
And that was a full Q jump, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ron
Ronnie
doesn't use a half Q.
Yeah, that was a full Q jump on the 110. Really,
Ron
really
usually plays Joss rules where you can
Yeah.
only jump with a full Q, and that was an example of it.
unbelievable jump there. Wow.
If it is a comeback, what a way to start it.
It's got to be feeling good after that, but, you know, Dan Sharlow is feeling good as well.
See the quality of the safety. It's good.
It's, yeah, perfect.
It's more than good. He's cut off almost every kick path except the top short rail, which is probably the most difficult kick path. So a 2-railer here seems to be the best option to go into the one from the left long rail.
Well, I think he could also do a slight masse around the 5.
You think so?
Yeah, past the 4, go into the 1.
On the right side?
Yeah, no, on the left.
On the left side of the... On the left side of what?
Right here where he's pointing to.
Okay.
He's looking at the slight masse around the 5.
To go into the left long rail.
Yep.
Looks like that's what he's doing. Masse kick. Was that a jump?
It was.
So he jumped a quarter of the 5 ball
Yep. Nice shot.
with its full cue, which is not bad.
Yeah, impressive.
Generating a lot of elevation with the full cue is the challenging part.
Man, we gotta get someone to put some highlight reels together for these people.
Oh yeah. You need to hire a video editor.
I actually got one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. But if I start with him, then I really have to like give him consistent work and pay him consistent.
Yeah.
Which maybe I should, you know, like
Does
all this
YouTube
content.
allow you to make a highlights reel from an existing video?
Yeah. All this content, I can make them into short form videos that
Right.
can go viral. Like Ronnie making this jump shot and then us yelling, like that. That's a
Right.
You know, that'll get a couple thousand views.
For sure.
Even Dan Sharlow's butt foul from a long time ago. Like if I made that into a
That's
funny
very
video.
meme-worthy.
If I made that into a funny video, yeah, get some views. Just no time.
Look at the speed on that. He's
A little off. No?
yeah, he's a little straight. He could screw back into the left long rail.
But then the 10 ball comes into play, but he should be able to still cut the 3.
Yeah, with the screw back, if he can do a controlled screw, he should be able to cut the 3. The other option is screwing back with a little bit of left, but that's easy to lose control of the cue ball. Not knowing exactly how it would react off the long rail, so just a soft screw, or medium screw in this case. Maybe with a touch of inside would be helpful.
Wow.
And that's exactly what he does. And look at the outcome. Wow. He plays that with a good amount of left, which will reverse with backspin and take off to the right off the left long wheel.
What a position on the 3 ball for Ronnie there. Yeah, really nice shot.
That's a classy touch shot. Really good touch there. Ronnie isn't messing around. Can he finish this?
Jake Jackson calls the 5-piece.
Does he get another right in the McLaren if that ends up happening?
5 in a row. Man, I already wasted a quarter tank on him. I don't know.
And it's what, 93 octane?
Yeah, let's take a look at well, after Ronnie shoots the 5, let's take a look at that position on the 3 ball. It's nuts.
Yeah, that was a very good shot.
Yeah.
It could have gone wrong so many ways.
That's as good as it can get. That shot.
And to play that with the confidence of knowing the speed with that running English screw shot. Again, very good speed control, very good touch, very good rail contact point.
You think he's going to go side pocket for the 7?
The screw back?
Yeah. That seems like the shot, but we'll see.
It's not a Ronnie style shot.
True.
Ronnie will try to open it up, open up the cue ball.
But what else does he got?
Not so many options.
I mean, if he draws back, he could even draw back further and get position for the 7 into the corner.
Looks like he is going for the draw shot, but he just plays a containing draw, but he doesn't get a good outcome here. That was a positional error. Can he recover from it?
Yeah, Ronnie shown a bit of frustration for the position he got here.
He didn't get the reaction off the cue ball he was intending to. It'll be interesting once the tables are refelted. The players will have a lot more reaction and will be able to play a lot more efficiently.
Yep.
That's happening pretty soon.
Tom Kosha wants to know what Ronnie uses for a shooting cue. Do you know?
I think it's a Predator Z2.
Yeah, I don't know much about cues. I just buy the cheapest one that's decent. And
yeah, it's either a Z2. I don't think it's a Z3. I think it's an older Z2. And he uses a middle extension, like the balance right. I don't think he uses the balance right forward weighted extension. It's something very similar to that. And again, a miss by Ron CASANZIO. And this time,
7-10?
the 7 sits right over the 10, giving Dan Sharlow a chance to go for a 7-10 combo. So Ron had some really good shots, but unable to finish it out.
Tom Kosha in the live chat says, I got the Predator 5K with 12.4 tip Revo.
5K is a pretty artistic cue. It's very well decorated. Is that the Icon 5K, Thomas?
You think Dan should go for the 7-10? Just because?
I mean, if he sees the shot, why not?
I mean, the shot's there.
Yeah, it's
You know?
not an easy shot.
But you need less of an angle on the 7.
Right.
You know?
I don't know. He could just go for safety here.
Yeah.
And he does that really well. Very disciplined shot. Dan showing a lot of respect to his opponent here. Not taking any chances because you can't afford to give Ronnie many chances.
Yeah, great shot there.
So really solidifying his the pressure he's putting on Ronnie here. Is Ronnie going to try a full cue jump here? Probably not. Just kicking at it. So it's possible that Ronnie's playing with the Z3 because I think I just saw the logo on his shaft and it looks like a Z3, not a Z2. Where is it? It's a Predator Z series shaft. I don't know anything about the butt he's using. But it's really the shaft that counts.
That's right.
Ron CASANZIO going for a full cue jump shot here. Another one. He takes out his break cue. And he's going to go for the jump here. Again, awkward bridging, so that may change his mind again. So back to the plain cue.
Tom Kosha on the live chat says Ronnie's probably using a 3-1-4 with which does not mean anything to me.
It's a Predator 314. Yeah, I don't think it's a 314. I think it's a Z, either Z2 or Z3. Ron CASANZIO calling the bottom left corner pocket. Cue ball is he going to leave? A pretty good one, but Dan should be able to see the left edge of the 7. Roger Jackson says Ronnie uses a cue built by Hendrix. He was a
Hendrix. Man, your German part's coming out.
It's a AAA player from Rochester that moved to Carolinas. Dan Hendrix, custom cue. Okay. Roger, do you know what shaft he plays with?
Pretty good lead for Dan Sharlow here.
It looks like a Z3. I can clearly see that it's a Z3 now.
Where's the cue ball going?
Wow. Ronnie has scratched twice in that pocket.
More than that, before you came.
After I came, which is less like 20 minutes ago. So interesting. Dan shouldn't have any problem running this out.
Wow, 5-game lead.
Yep.
Again?
Again. Well, let's not speak too soon.
No. Cory Payne in the live chat says you actually pronounced it correctly with the German.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hendrix.
But where's the N? Now we're missing an N.
Yeah, can't trust anybody these days.
Yeah.
Even Bodyguard Cory. Huh?
Bodyguard Cory is sketchy. Very sketchy.
Is that so? Are you sketchy, Bodyguard Cory? Oh, this shot definitely isn't sketchy. Dan Sharlow.
He's up 11-6 against the champ. Crazy.
Could we see a new champ in Rochester?
Wow.
That would be quite the upset. Ever since this list has started, nobody has dethroned Ron.
Yep.
Could this be the mark of a new tide?
Yo, you're reaching for words today, Paul.
Just trying to be poetic, but probably failing.
Could this be the mark of a new tide? Man, what the hell are you talking about over there?
We call it word salad.
All right, guys.
It's how to be unburdened by what is
Man, Dan Sharlow is about to unburden.
Oh, Bodyguard Cory tells us no, he's a friend of his, so no N in his name, so it's Hendrix.
Okay.
Dan to break. Let's see how his break is. Is he going to get that 9 ball in the corner pocket? In the side pocket, sorry.
All right, I'm going to eat more chicken wings.
Michael Lynn prioritizing chicken wings over this wonderful match.
Thomas Kosha asks Jake Paul, what are you smoking? I want some.
Whatever Mike gives me. So you guys get in touch with Michael Lynn. It's a dry break by Dan Sharlow there. Ron likely to try to play safety here. A lot of balls to put in between the 1 and the cue ball. Just has to find to send the 1 ball down table without making contact with the 9 or the 2 or the 5 or the 7. But a contacts the 5, but yeah, it looks like Dan should be able to shoot at this one. Thin cut, but it might be potable. What do you think, Mike? Yeah. Mike, mid-chicken wing in his mouth, says, uh-huh. So it probably pods. Is Dan Sharlow going to try to cut this in to the right side pocket? He chooses to place. He tried to cut it, maybe. It's a bit too thick. Leaving Ron a long-distance pot on the one. Really good positional shot there. To play on the short side of the 2 for the left side pocket. Joining us here is Rick Hovey, also with his chicken wings. But Rick Hovey is also munching on chicken wings. Everyone's munching on chicken wings. Rick mentions it's pretty hot in the commentary booth, which he attributes to him walking in. You missed Dan Sharlow leading 11-6 against Ron CASANZIO. Ron, is he playing good? I've only been here for 25 minutes. Not as good as Dan at the moment, and that's what counts. Rick Hovey believes Ron could come back. I wouldn't be surprised if he does, so.
Pretty sure it's the exact same scores.
Wow.
Be a little intensive.
Well, this is only a race to 15, and Dan's only 4 games away, so. Very tight margins here. Yeah. Thomas says, all say RIP for Buddy Hall, 2-day the legend. Do I know what that means?
Oh, that's a pool player.
Okay. Oh, he did? Don't know Buddy Hall, but yes, RIP if he did pass away. Do you know Buddy Hall, Rick? Oh. Okay. Is he a Rochester local? Ron with a good positional play here. He should be out. Poll is 65% in favor of Ron. And a perfect positional shot by Ron, cutting the 9 to get on the 10. And the score is going to be 7-11. Great out by Ron.
Speaking of 7-Eleven, that's an Indian thing, right?
Absolutely. Thank you. Come again. CASANZIO to break. The score is 7-11. And it's another dry break. Dan Sharlow can see the left side of the 1 ball. 2 ball is right over the pocket, so is he going to go for the 1 ball? The 9 sort of does block some of the pathways to the 2, but it's not too bad. Dan could also play really good safety, locking the cue ball against the 7 here and bringing the 1 down table. And Michael Lynn believes that's a shot to go for. And it looks like that might be what he's going for. He doesn't want to pot the 2 accidentally if he does this. And that's a really good shot by Dan Sharlow. Ron coming to the table, having to kick at the 1, which is nudged up close to that 10 ball, making it a smaller target. Now Ron will have to kick at the bottom side of the 1 ball if he's going for the 1 rail approach. So pretty good safety shot, simple but effective from Dan Sharlow. So a lot of people standing by the table. So nobody bumps into either player. Thomas says buffing a little. Oh, he might mean buffering. We may have had an intermittent connection issue. That might be what happened there, Thomas. Ron CASANZIO going for a 2 or 3 rail kick at the 1 ball. Most likely the 3 rail shot. Nope, but he misses. Goes into the 5 and yields ball in hand to Dan Sharlow. It's a good opportunity for Dan to try to 3-foul Ron CASANZIO here, if he has a good opportunity to do so. Ron has just made his first foul. Let's see if the 1 ball pockets to the bottom left corner pocket. Yeah, it doesn't look like it easily does. That 10 is pretty close, and it would be very awkward to try to pocket the 1 of the bottom left corner pockets. So Dan Sharlow here, looks like the 1 may go into the left side pocket. That seems to be what he's going for here. He could even play this as a sort of a 2-way shot, bring the cue ball behind the 10, so that even if he misses,
It's a safety shot.
it's a safety. All right. It doesn't go into the left side, right? It does go into the left side pocket, and he played it as a 2-way shot, but the 2 ball is right over the pocket, so yeah. Michael Lynn is back after devouring his chicken wings round 2.
That's right.
How were they?
Delicious. But I would have played for a 3 foul
Yeah.
on rounding there.
Well, Dan is feeling confident about his shooting. Can he run this out? There's no real issues here. Just has to get on the right side of the 3 ball here. So this is the shot. He shot in this frame. And he's a bit short, but he can play the 3-5 fairly easily. So Dan Sharlow looking at the 3-5 combination.
It's easy to lose control of the cue ball here. It's got to.
Yeah, it's a sharp cut, so the
And
cue
the
ball is
3.
going to travel towards the 7, possibly nudge the 7.
And the 3 is going to go to the left long rail, so he's got to try to make sure the cue ball stays
Right.
around for some sort of shot.
Playing the speed right on this is important.
It's pretty difficult.
It's a combination shot with some separation between the balls, so a couple secondary angles involved here. Then cut on that 5 from where the 3 ball is.
Tom Kosha in the live chat says, I'm surprised Dan Sharlow isn't cursing at them to move.
Is Dan playing a safety here?
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, the
It's
previous
a good
shot was
choice.
the previous shot was the best opportunity for safety,
Yeah.
with the one foul already having taken place. But now, Ron CASANZIO with not a difficult kick here to make contact. Can go on the left long rail in front of the left side pocket. I
Smart play for Dan, though. Just trying to keep it difficult for Ronnie. Maintain
Ronnie
the
would
lead.
like to kick at this full ball. That way the cue ball stays on the top rail and brings the 3 ball down table.
Tough to get full ball at this angle, at
true.
any of the angles. Let's see how he does. Well,
Ideally, if you hit it just
going
off,
the other
off
way.
the full ball on the left, you could even try to get the cue ball behind the floor, but it's still asking for a lot there. Looks like he's going to go from the left long rail. I don't see why he would try to use inside to kill off the right long rail. The left long rail is just more natural. You don't have to fight the rail with check side. So you're going to try to hit this full. Ron taking his time here. Looking at a couple of options.
tough shot. I mean, tough shot to play good, you know.
Yes, making contact is not difficult. Making contact in a way
Difficult-ish.
that,
You know? Like the side pocket, the left side pocket is the perfect angle to make contact with the 3.
Well, this target, if you're just trying to make contact from the left long rail, is probably like 4 or 5 inches wide. So that's what makes it a fairly easier contact type of shot. But
He almost gets behind the 4. That would have been insane.
so Ron CASANZIO chooses to use the right long rail and makes contact, but he's left a shot open for Dan Sharlow.
He's got to leave the cue ball below the 7.
Yep. Just a stop shot of sorts here. A stun, a soft stun should not be all that he needs.
How's your girl doing, Paul?
Don't worry, Mike. She's not watching this. You don't have to try to embarrass me.
Dan Sharlow hangs the 3. Ronnie back at the table with a chance. 3 balls deep in the pocket, but he should be able to go rail first. But then position on the 4 is difficult as well because of the 5 and the 7. He gets good. Nice shot. Nice positional shot. Ronnie chokes.
Wow. 5 ball here, leaving himself
What do you think? Go for the 8 or?
the 8 ball crossbank.
Yeah.
That's what he's going for. I think it's missable.
Of course it's missable, but what else are you going to go for?
Safety, just try to send the cue ball up table, bring the cue ball behind the 9.
Yeah, I'd probably do that.
Yeah, that's what I'd go for here. There's enough of an angle to split the balls here and use the 9 as cover. But
He went for the cut? He sinks the cut!
what a shot. But he's going to have, well, he didn't call it.
He didn't call it. Oh my god.
So what was he trying to do there? Like
Cue ball into the 8?
Well, he was trying to carry him into the...
Yeah,
Oh,
cue
okay.
ball into the 8.
That would have been that's a weird way of doing it.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah, that's an interesting
But this is a tough shot here.
And Ronnie has been choking, so...
Justin Nilsson in the live chat says, yo. What's up, Justin? Six ball wobbles into that corner pocket.
That's a good long pot by Ron. Playing this pocket speed is probably
That's
the
fine.
play.
Yeah.
He should be able to hold on the 8 if he does.
How's your girl doing, Paul?
She's good. She's good.
Good.
Can Ron come back here? In the chat, we have Justin Nilsson.
I already said that.
Oh, get distracted. Well, I'm just here for the show today. What's up, Justin? How are you doing? Where are you?
He misses it! The champ misses the 7.
And he's practically given away the match to Dan Sharlow at this point.
What?
And it's looking like a very high likelihood of a 12-7 here.
What?
Chances of a comeback for Ron are shrinking with these kind of mistakes.
Tom Kosha in the live chat says, "You two are a great comedy skit."
This looks like a really good opportunity for Dan. 4 ball out with 2 balls over the pocket.
This is 100% runnable for Dan. If he doesn't run this, he chokes.
Absolutely. Score should be 12-7 soon. Justin Nilsson says nothing much. His teammates are on the stream. What up, Justin? That's right. That's right. So for those of you that Mike, I don't know if Mike's talked about this on the stream, but there's a 3-man league at Billiard Breakdown starting in June, right?
Yep. First week of June.
And there's a Fargo cap of 1,700. And Justin Nilsson. Justin Nilsson. He says that his teammates are on stream. And that's right. There's 2 of his teammates on the stream right now. Can you guys guess who they are?
Man.
Dan Sharlow chokes
Dan
harder. Oh my god.
I looked away for a second. He misses?
Dan Sharlow
Wow.
chokes even harder, guys.
Oh my god.
I can't stand this.
How did that happen?
I can't stand this. He forgot to make the ball.
He forgot.
He was just trying to play for position on the 8, but he forgot to make the ball.
Shape over shot.
Jesus.
Shot over shape every time.
That was the biggest choke.
Wow. Did I speak too soon when I said it was going to be 12-7?
Wow. Sean Zhang in the live chat says, "Wow," with all caps. Sean never types with all caps. Unbelievable miss for Dan Sharlow there, and holy smokes. Tom Kosha says, "What the F, Daniel Son?"
Wow.
Jake Jackson in the live chat says, "Major choke."
Major choke.
Sean Zhang in the live chat says, "Even my daughter makes that shot." I believe you, Sean.
Wow. Has Sean been in the chat or has
No,
he been lurking? He came
he
out of
just
lurking
appeared, you know?
to comment on that. Wow.
Wow, what a choke. And this is a tough shot here as well.
Yeah, interesting leave that Ron played for himself. But these kind of shots are fairly standard for Ron, but let's not speak too soon.
He
And
misses it. By a lot. Choke fest.
Wow. I wouldn't call that one so much a choke. It was more of a poor positional play.
Right, but the position was a choke.
Yes.
I mean, the 8's a hanger. You got to get like straight-ish on
But
the
look
9.
at where the cue ball ended up for Ron. He might have played a shape-over shot there. Like if he had made the
Nah.
9,
I don't believe it. Ronnie goes for the pot, always. That's too much credit.
Jake Jackson thinks that that Ronnie's glasses are malfunctioning. It's possible. Le Bavou to that response, conspiracies. It's the glasses mafia at work here.
What an insane rack. What? I don't even know what's going
What
on.
is Dan going to do here? Is he going to try to get the cue ball behind the 10 and play safety, or is he going to try to pot the 9, like bank it? I don't think he's called anything. The 10 is the only blocker on the table, so he's going to try to get the 9 ball behind it, but wow. Ron CASANZIO with a clear shot on the 9, but no obvious pot except for a bank shot.
Smart play for Dan right there.
Yeah. And it's not an obvious, not an easy, natural bank shot either. You have to, it's sort of a cut bank shot with a pretty steep cut angle here.
Roger Jackson thinks Ronnie accidentally grabbed Mark Kramer's glasses today.
That could explain a lot. And what a safety by Ron. Really good good shot there by Ron. Creating
shot.
distance and giving Dan another tough shot. This time closer to the rail. Dan.
And Sean Zhang thinks Ronnie just needs to get a new prescription. Wow. I don't even know what's happening. Last time I was this excited about choking was
Let's hear it.
no comment.
Let's hear it. MMA? Knowing you, yeah.
Actually, yes.
Wow.
Yep.
We
I got-
appreciate it these days.
Yep.
All right. Well, you run it. So that's saying something.
Oh man,
Dan taking his time here.
I would too. Man, really crazy game.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's not good.
That's not good. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not good.
Ron's missed a couple long pots. Is he going to make this one?
Should be able to. He just needs to make sure he rolls back far enough for a 10 side.
Yeah.
And that's the difficult part. Potting the 9's not too bad.
Alternatively, he could stun and go into the rail and come down all the way to the bottom rail.
You want to hit this just regular center or top.
Ronnie chokes again.
Wow.
Good.
He's left a difficult pot on for Dan, though. A thin cut, but
But what's
potable
he
one.
missing for?
That's true.
What's he missing for?
Ronnie missing a lot more than characteristic for him.
Wow.
Is Sean Zhang correct? Does Ronnie need a new prescription?
Maybe. Maybe.
Dan Sharlow.
And he's going to get a good 10 ball. It's going to roll right in front of the
Dan
pocket.
Sharlow. This is a missable shot, though.
It's missable.
Can he make it?
It is also makeable. Sean says he's never seen Ronnie miss that many easy shots. And Jake Jackson says, how much did Michael bet on Ronnie? He sounded pretty mad on that miss.
Yo, Jake Jackson's secretly troll. Actually, now it's pretty well known.
It's not secret anymore.
Can Dan make this?
He misses. He chokes. He chokes.
Ronnie with a cut into the bottom right corner pocket. Makeable for sure. Also missable, but this is not too bad.
This is ridiculous. Ronnie doing the double take on the shot. Sean saying on live chat says, wow. Owen Evans says, wow.
Wow.
Thomas Kosha says, what the freak? Justin Nilsson looking to gamble.
Is he?
Yes.
What's the over-under on shot attempts? And he misses.
Ronnie chokes again.
What is going on?
Oh my god.
I don't think Dan's missing this one.
Oh my god.
Wow. What's going on in here? It's 12-7.
12-7.
Neither player.
Back-to-back chokes.
Wow. And both players choking the 10 ball. Well, Dan Sharlow, in spite of all of that, is now only 3 frames away, or 3 wins away from victory.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
How is Ronnie missing so many? Well,
I don't
they were
know.
not easy shots.
Man, Ronnie makes every shot 10 out of 10. Hard or
definitely
hard or easy.
He's definitely off today, or at least right now. Can he come back together? And can he put a fight?
Le Bavu says these guys are choking like the Knicks. I don't follow basketball, unfortunately. Owen Evans, his mind's blown. Garrison Koch, new guy in the live chat says wild. Wild it is, and that cue ball was wild as well.
Gary is one of the RIT guys. He plays in APA here at Billy Breakdown.
Gary's short for Garrison?
Yes.
That's crazy. And then we got Justin Nilsson in the live chat says crank the light up to max. Oh man. This match is absurd today.
It is. It is. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Ronnie miss so many.
I don't think I've ever yelled so much.
Choke. Even Sean Zheng came out of hiding
Yeah.
to comment.
Sean Zhang is lurking.
He's a serial lurker who only makes his voice known to call people fish.
Dan Sharlow makes a really nice shot on the one.
Now, it's tricky here because he's going to go into that 4.
No, he's not.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay, well, angles are not my strong suit then.
Misses this 4 by a lot.
Okay. What about the corner pocket?
What about it? Misses the corner pocket, no problem.
All right.
He's going to hit the third diamond.
Third diamond on the left long rail.
Yeah.
Second diamond, but
Okay.
close. That's why they call him Agent Shaw. Eagle Eyes 2.0. Michael Lynn.
Vinny Lesh in the live chat says, anyone here know the Heimlich? Is that the thing where you, well, what is that?
It's when someone's choking,
Yeah, and you hug him?
pretty much.
Look at the position Dan is playing right now.
Great
Yeah,
position shot
good,
there.
this is good stuff here.
Dan with a good chance here. Hopefully we don't see more chokes.
Roger Jackson in the live chat says, I predict Dan gets on the hill and Ronnie comes back. That seems unlikely.
Yeah,
At
Ronnie
this
is
point.
not shooting at the level that he needs to for that at the moment, but who knows?
Ronnie could turn up.
Goes into the 10, which could have been bad, but it works out for him.
Ends up getting perfect instead.
Yeah, just a little bit off and hitting the 10 puller would have led to him being snookered, but it works out for Dan. He's got a perfect angle to stun out for the 7 in the same pocket.
Man, this game is making me trip. I mean, this set.
Ron is home.
the suspense.
So Dan plays for the 7 in the top right corner pocket and should be able to stun out off the right long rail to play the 8 ball in the bottom left corner pocket. Tom Kusha says it's past Ron's bedtime.
Ron got no bedtime.
Ron's bedtime is 6 a.m.
But look at this. You think Dan's going to just roll this forward, shoot the 10 to the side?
That's the lowest resistance shot. That's the easiest positional play.
But you know, he's got a little bit of an angle on the 8. Could be tough. He's got to hit this, like, he's got to stroke through good to roll it forward.
Yep, you want that follow to carry over into that second diamond from the bottom.
I think he might stun this back towards the center, even.
He's aiming low on the cue ball, so
Yo, Dan
he's
is
just about. He's got a cut, but it's okay. He's played it well. A bit of a
for 13-7.
wow.
That's ridiculous.
Dan Sharlow.
For 13-7
No,
is
this is a
crazy.
missable shot, but
It is, but man,
I don't think that's expected though.
he sinks it. Wow.
Dan Sharlow. 13-7. Wow. Against Ron CASANZIO. Are we going to see a new champ today?
Oh
For the first
my
time in the
God.
stream, are we going to see a new reigning
Unbelievable.
champ of Rochester? Is Dan Sharlow going to be the new champ of the top 15 players in Rochester, New York?
Man, Dan about to try to hold on to that.
That's not going to be easy, though.
Ron's going to challenge tomorrow.
Ron's not going to let you hold on to that. Ron is not shooting really well recently. Like, he's been making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. So if this is a bad day for Ron, he'll be back very soon, sooner than later.
Tom Kosha says, nice out, Danielson.
Did he say Daniel's son or Daniel's son?
Danielson.
Why does he call him Daniel's son? Is Tom Kosha his dad?
I think so.
Really?
No. Oh my God. Sean Zhang in the live chat says if Dan Sharlow wins, he's going to make Ron play one pocket, but that's going to hurt Dan, not help him.
Yeah. Ron CASANZIO is a really good one-pocket player.
Tom Kosha says Karate Kid for the son, but it's you're spelling son wrong. It's S-A-N, not S-O-N. So uncultured of Tom.
So it looks like Ron CASANZIO potted 2 balls, but fouled in doing so.
Dan Sharlow's eyeing the 4-10 combination. Vinny Lesh in the live chat says, I'm loving this. I want to take down the champ next Wednesday. Dan can pay me in singles so I can properly celebrate. Sounds good, Vinny. Take him down.
Make sure you wear your multicolored socks.
Yeah. Tom Kosha calling me the grammar police. But this is not the grammar police. Like the whole time I thought you were calling him your son. That's your fault.
Is Dan going to try to do a 3 foul here? It looks like that's the angle he's setting up for. Well, not anymore.
Where's he bringing this cue ball to?
Between the 5 and the left long rail.
Uh-oh. Oh, I thought he was taking it off. I mean, if the hoodie's coming off, then Ronnie's really in trouble.
Oof. It's a bit sharp of an angle, but he should be okay.
Jake Jackson in the live chat says Ronnie would murder Dan in one pocket. Sounds about right. But you know, Most people would say he would murder Dan in 10 ball too. And Dan's winning. What do you guys have to say about that one? Dan wants that 410 so bad.
That's what he's trying to play for here, right?
Well,
Is
he
he?
took a look at it. He was trying to, but
It's hard to get around. I mean, there is possibly a path, but not one that makes it an easy shot. Going 2 rails by the bottom right corner pocket. Needs to get that contact point perfect, not speed perfect, but
this is an easy shot to miss too.
yeah. Cue ball contact point on the left, on the bottom rail is important here. But it looks like he's aiming low. Is he trying to stun out, screw out for the 4 in the same pocket?
No, he's playing the combination.
Wow, great shot by Dan.
Wow, what a
Beautiful.
shot.
Wow,
If he
he's
sinks
just
this, I swear
about
to God.
perfect. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
man.
as good as he can get.
Oh, man. Can he do it, guys?
Besides the distance, I mean, he's perfect.
Can he make the combo? Oh, man.
And if he does, he'll be on the hill. And he nails
sinks it!
Wow.
He sinks it!
Dan Sharlow on the hill, 1 frame away from
He
victory
sinks it!
of the new champ title in Rochester, New York. Wow. Great positional shot to play that 410.
Wow. Amazing getting on that 410 combination.
He played that stun screw to perfection.
Sean Zhang in the live chat says he got it before he shot it.
And he
He
nails
sinks it!
Wow. So that was an incredible shot, but what was even better was the position to get on that shot. To get on that side of the floor, stunning across the table, very well judged.
It was on the 2 ball, right?
Yes, yes. The two. Wow. This is intense.
Guys.
All
Oh, boy,
right,
guys.
so was it Roger Jackson who said Dan will get into the hill and then Ron is going to come back and win?
Oh, boy, guys.
5 goes in. Does he have a shot on the 1? Only a bank shot. Cross bank to the left side, but not sure if that's what he's going to go for here.
Drone Shots in the live chat says another set. No way. Tom Kosha calling Dan Sharlow Mr. Clutch. And Justin Nilsson rooting for his teammate, Ron CASANZIO. He's playing loose now. He's going for the bank.
He's going for
He
the bank.
should be
He
going
wants
for
to
safes.
end with a break and run. That's what he wants to do. And
Look at this.
that was really good.
Look at this.
Dan is on fire.
Look at the position. It's perfect.
Can he finish this match with a break and run? That would be. Have there been any break and runs in this match so far?
I don't know. Maybe one, but, you know, I'm in and out of the chicken wings.
Well, there hasn't been since I've come in, which was about 2/3 of the way in.
Tough shot here.
Yeah, this is hard. Making the pot is fine. Making pot in position is tough. Play here is to play this with left, but that makes the pot much harder.
Sean Zhang in the live chat says Dan was a break and run last rack. We're talking about all the balls, Sean.
Yeah, it's not technically a break and run if you make an early 10. Where is it? I don't know. I wouldn't call it one.
No. Does Ronnie have a shot on the 3?
Well,
Maybe.
You're Asian Shaw, you should know.
Yes.
Right. He says yes.
No.
Flip-flopping around. No one's choking you, Michael.
I gotta wait till next Tuesday.
Oh, so sad.
Where's the cue ball?
Well,
Okay, it sits. Oh man, that would have been rough for Ronnie. All right. Good roll. Mezzi in the live chat says he would like to see Ronnie play some one pocket again.
Long pot here. And Dan isn't able to pot it. Is he going to get a good lead?
He is. Man, the pressure's on Ronnie.
Yeah,
really
for
bad
sure.
right now. I mean, he's got to win 8 in a row. Can he do it? Oh, man.
Really good safety shot by Ron there. But has it leaked out between the 8 and the 10?
Looks like it has.
Yep. Good attempt, but doesn't quite get the blockers he needs. And cue ball finds a path between the 8 and the 10 to make contact on the 3. But what can Dan do here? Dan plays another good safety attempt. Wow.
Look at the position of the 3.
It's tough. Jake Jackson with a very good question here. Is Ronnie on the Big Table League?
Ronnie is on the Big
Ronnie
Table League.
is on the Big Table League. And I don't know if you remember Justin Nilsson's comment from earlier that 2 of his teammates are on the stream right now.
Yep, we got Ron CASANZIO as Justin Nilsson's teammate, and we also got yours truly, Paul Jacob.
That's right.
The best pool commentator in Rochester, New York.
So Ron CASANZIO, Justin Nilsson, and I are going to be playing as a team. That's correct.
All right, Ronnie with a shot. If he makes the 4, he should be able to get on the 6 pretty naturally. Uh-oh. It's awkward. But Ronnie should be able to figure out a nice safety here.
For sure.
Stick Dan.
Those the 10 and the 8 ball look like blockers, but he uses the 7.
Really nice, and leaves the cue ball close on the rail.
This is a tough kick. Can Dan hit it rail first? I think so.
No.
No? Yeah, it doesn't look like he has the angle. But he's going... Can you see the cross bank? Is he massing?
I don't know what he's doing.
Well,
I would masse around
Dan
the 7.
is jumping into the 6 for the cross bank into the left side pocket.
I would masse around the 7,
Yeah.
towards the left, right.
Yeah, you're more likely to get distance and bring the 6 ball closer to the center table. So Dan jumping here, full cue, and concedes the ball in hand.
Yep.
So, what can Ron CASANZIO do with this? Can he bring the score up to 8-14?
He better.
He should.
If he don't,
if
he loses.
That is true.
he's got no choice.
And wow, Ron has a mountain to climb here.
Sean Zhang in the live chat asks if Ron CASANZIO is going to do a post-match interview if he loses. I will not be asking Ronnie to do an interview if he loses.
If Dan wins, are you going to give him a chicken dinner?
Chicken dinner? I don't know what that means.
That's what the winners get.
Oh, I know that saying.
You do. The 8 does pass the 10, correct?
It shall maybe pass.
Okay, so it might be safer to just play a soft stun here.
Yeah, you don't
Or
want to.
go into the rail, but
Okay.
nope, probably passes.
Must pass.
You shall pass.
Yes, he shall.
A bit straight on this 8, isn't it?
I wonder what's going through Dan's mind right now. He's probably thinking, like, next rack, he's got to play as tight as possible. You know?
I don't think Dan is feeling any real pressure at this stage, though.
But he knows what Ronnie's capable of. You know, you got to play like it's
14-7?
Yeah, but
Against-
dude, he came back on Shane Winters.
Not on the hill.
Right, but he was down like 5 games.
Right.
You know.
But was Shane playing tight when he came back?
Shane was playing just Shane. You know, just trying to make every shot because he usually makes every shot.
Right.
And good job to Ron CASANZIO.
Scores 8-14. Dan just needs 1 frame. Ron CASANZIO made 7. Wow, guys. This is going to be interesting. How long can Ron hang on here? Is he going to be able to try to do a comeback here? Long way to go. It's way too early for that, but odds heavily in favor of Dan Sharlow here. Another dry break, and this time Dan has a shot on the 1 ball. Fairly open table, no major clusters or problems. 1 to the 2 is fairly natural. Needs a good angle on the 2 to be able to play the 3, but and avoid going into the 4, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The angle he gets on the 2 is the crucial part of this frame. Interesting. Dan, let's look at the overhead here. Dan will likely have to cut this 2 ball into the left side pocket if he's going for the pot, which is not necessarily the easiest shot to play the position on the 3, with where the 9 ball is. But he's calling it, so it looks like he's going for the pot. He could go into the 9 ball, and that could help him if he goes into it on the left side of the 9 ball. Whoa, that was a really creative shot by Dan right there. Potting the 2, but unfortunately,
No reward on the 3.
he doesn't have a shot on the 3. He caroms the 2 off the 4.
Justin Nilsson in the live chat looking for a quick 6-pack from Ronnie.
Well, it would be a 7-pack if he makes it, right?
Yeah.
Bit of a weak safety by Dan Sharlow there.
This is a good lead, though.
Well, he's given the initiative away. Ron is
Yeah.
under no pressure on the shot.
You think Ron's going to try to leave him behind the 7?
It's touchy. Yeah, that's what he's played. But it's a foul.
Ronnie fouls.
Wow.
Oh my god. 4-10 combination for the win. 4-10 combination for the
Looks
win.
like, let's see if he plays that.
I don't think he will, but he's got to.
He sees it. He's looking at it.
Oh, he's looking.
Dan
at
Sharlow
it, he's
looking at the 4-10 combination. And that's what he's going to play, most likely.
Oh my god, can he do it?
Oh my god.
Dan taking his time here to play perfect position on the 4.
Although the run out's pretty doable as well. You know, 3 to the 4 to the 5 to the 6 to the 7. It's all pretty doable.
Right.
I mean, the hardest part here is like 7 to the 8.
7 to the 8, correct. And the 10 and 9 are there. making it
Goes
harder.
anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, the 10 and 9 make the position from 7 to the 8 harder. But he's playing for the 4-10 combination. He's
playing for, oh, where'd he go?
He's on the rail, so makes it harder.
Where'd he go?
So, I mean, it's still potable, but
I don't know.
I mean, I think he should try it.
He should try it. What else are you going to go
does
for?
the 4 pass the 10 into the side?
It shall not.
So then the 4-10 combination is the shot to go for. Did he call it?
I don't know. Okay, he goes for a straight. Okay. It did pass. Nice shot.
Agent Shaw slipping up.
Yeah. We got Timexis in the live chat says, come on, run it out. Looks like you're going to get your wish.
Natural shape on the 6 is roll it forward. Doesn't want to be too straight on the 6. It's a slight angle to get easily on the 7. The 7 to the 8 is a challenging positional shot here if he chooses to play the 7 in the top right corner pocket, because the cue ball will have to avoid the 10 and the 9. So that gap between the 10 and the 9.
He gets a little far on the 6. He should still be able to get on the 7, no problem, but it's going to be close.
You think he places with inside to use the right long rail to lengthen the cue balls?
You got it.
Yeah. So he should be okay. Just has to play it
lefty.
soft.
He's going lefty.
Play this with a bit of inside to go into the right long rail to lengthen the path of the cue ball to hold, and it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Now this is the challenging shot because you don't want to go into the 10 too full here.
He should be able to avoid it
Go between
down.
the 10 and the 9.
No, I
Oh,
was
going
thinking
up?
down, yeah.
Yeah, going down between the 10. You mean up?
Further away from us. Up.
Okay,
Yeah,
going up.
that's up. I don't know. I don't know up
doing
from
that
down.
is okay. Yeah, just a bit more distance from the 8 then.
Yeah,
but
but
it's
you,
okay.
you only need a stop shot or a stun shot
To get on the 9, that's right. So, but he's playing this with inside. So he's going between.
Wow, he nicks the 9 perfectly.
And he's
Can he
just
do
about
it?
perfect.
Can he do it, guys?
Soft screw shot here, or just a stop shot, really all that's needed. He doesn't want to be too straight on the 9.
Can he do it?
Dan Sharlow, 3 balls away from being
Can he be Ron CASANZIO?
named the new champ of Rochester. So what would that mean? Would that put Ron at rank number 1
Yeah.
then? Okay.
Yeah.
So if runs this out, Ron will be ranked number 1 and Dan Sharlow will be the champ. Champ Dan Sharlow. Is that something we're going to see soon, guys?
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
I think 10 side pocket, or what kind of angle does he have?
Just a slight one, a stun, but he could just, I think
No,
he's
he's
just going
gonna
to roll
have to-
forward.
No, I think he's going to stun it.
You think he's going to stun it?
Yeah. Shoot the 10 into the far right.
I can't see this angle well. I think he's going to follow it for the 10 on the left side.
All right, let's see.
He's stunning it. You're right. Just a soft screw shot, actually. Stop shot.
Okay, guys.
All right.
All right, guys. For the win.
For the win, for the champ title, which
For
has
the win.
never been taken since the stream began.
Can he do it?
For champ Dan Sharlow.
Champ Dan Sharlow. Do you have it?
I think he does. Wow. And
He sinks
he makes it.
We got a new champ in the house.
The new champ of Rochester
Congratulations.
is Dan Sharlow, champ Dan Sharlow, and he's elated.
Wow.
And with a 15-8 win.
Wow.
What a lead to.
Unbelievable win for Dan Sharlow.
We got to
today.
get Dan in here. And
Yeah, I'll do the interview. Can you get him in here for me? Guys. Dan Sharlow takes the win. What a match. What a match. Dan Sharlow is going to be in here soon to do a quick post-match interview with us.
A little lapse of concentration. I just let the speed go on. Like no big deal. There's tons of time. I'm shooting good. I'm shooting consistent. I'm running out. That was just a minor little miscue. No big deal.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I made so many notes in here. I don't even know if we should go through it all. I mean, like I've got Ron choking on the 10.
Yep.
Ron missed the 9.
Yeah,
when it was 6-3.
I put pressure on him, and dude, Ron is amazing, man. Like the guy, I'm up like 3 or 4 games every time, and I'm just like
You're waiting for the comeback.
Yeah, but I know if I just keep pressure on him and I play like decent safeties and I just keep making him make the tough shots, then I'll get my chances. And
then later on, the rail hopped on you when you were trying to kick at the 7.
Yeah, that actually threw me off a little bit mentally. I kind of got a little frustrated. I said, again, I was just like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You took your time on the kick. I took my time on my shots. I didn't rush anything this match.
And then Ronnie was able to close it in a little bit. He made it 5-6 when it was just 6-3. Did you start feeling anything there?
No, because I mean, I know he's gonna. The guy is like the ultimate grinder, right? He's like, he won't die, and he will just. He continues to beat everybody's. He's like 72 or something like that.
Yep.
Like he's gonna be 90 and still shooting like this. It's gonna be crazy. And
yeah, and then when he made it 5-6, you increased the lead 7-5. You made an early 10 combination shot with ball in hand, I think.
Yeah, that was a weird shot because there was no good way to get on the 2. I could have played the 1-3. The 3 was hanging, and I could have. If I could get on the 2, I had to either get on short side or hope for a 2-3 combo, and everything was just in the way. And that I took that combination on because I know the 1 ball is going to bounce off the rail, and I stick him behind the 7. So it's sort of a 2-way.
It's a 2-way combination for the win.
Yeah.
And then, dude,
Andy was frustrated too. Cause that was when he didn't call he scratched on the 2-3. Or he was kicking at the 1 and he hit the 2 first, but barely.
Yep.
And so I knew that was going to frustrate him.
And
if I took the combo on.
I even pointed out to the live chat, like the live chat went back and confirmed that it was a foul. But you asked Ronnie if it was a foul, and then Ronnie kind of said like it's on you to.
No, he was saying it's like he wouldn't give it to me if it was super close, but I think he knew it was a foul. He was just replaying it in his head a little bit.
That's why he kind of just conceded and said, yeah, take it.
Yeah, no, he was saying it's shooter's call, which he was a shooter, and I was like, yeah, that's why I'm asking you because you're the shooter.
Okay.
So, and then he relented and gave up on hand, which I think is the right play. I think he just, it happens so quick, and I'm at the good angle and you're at the good angle, but Ronnie's at the from behind it.
But he's good enough to know.
Yeah, I thought he knew. But again, he's like replaying it in his head, and that's why he gave up ball in hand.
Man, and then there was another clutch shot on the 10 ball for you. The 10 ball was near the spot.
Yep.
The cue ball was below.
Yep.
And you did some like really nice back shot into the right corner pocket.
That was for T.
Back shot for T-Tam.
Oh man, yeah, that was. I just, I told myself just don't rush anything. I've been really working on a few things that I was, told by. I'm taking lessons, and the guy's like, "Oh, work on this," and so I just really focus on those. I didn't really care.
Who are you taking lessons with?
Charlie Williams.
Cool. I don't know who that is, but
yeah, I'm
sure he's great.
He's like one of the best American players, and we get along great. The guy is super friendly, like one of the most happy-going guys
awesome.
ever. Yeah, I got so lucky to meet him. I actually met him through Mike at Bison Billiards, and got to pick him up for Rochester. We chatted, and then we kind of just hit it off, and I kind of basically begged him to help me out, and
nice. And it's been paying off.
Oh my God, I almost died because I drove down to New York City in a day. We practiced for like 8 hours.
Oh, I remember you mentioned that you drove all the way down to New York City just for a lesson.
And then I left my wallet at the gas station right outside New York City, drove 3 hours, had to turn back at 2 in the morning, and my tire popped. And so I'm on the road at 4:30 in the morning.
Did you call the gas station before turning back?
No, because their phone number won't work. But I have a tracker card in there, so it tells me it's there, but it wouldn't confirm it, but I knew that was the last place, and that was the only place I stopped.
Yep.
And so I knew I had to go back and get it because I'm flying out, so I need my license like the next day or so. We were going to Vegas.
Enhanced or Real ID or whatever.
Yeah, so and then my tire pops, and I fix it on the side of the road. I finally get there, and then I just drove it back all the way back. I didn't get home till like midnight or noon the next day. It was a crazy trip, but again, like it's worth it. It paid off.
I mean, you learned what you needed to learn.
Yeah, exactly, and I can't wait to even learn even more. Like it's crazy. The guy's a world champion, and he was world #1 at one one point, and they just think on such a different level, and it's so cool to have somebody. And I was like fortunate enough to like kind of walk into that situation too. You need little breaks like
that's
that.
That's awesome.
So,
and then later on, Ronnie hit a really nice 110 jump combo.
Oh yeah, that was a great shot.
That was sick. And then Jake Jackson was in live chat. This is the start of the six game run for him, but it didn't happen.
He wasn't breaking well, and that's what allowed. Well, that's kind of what stopped any of his comebacks, right? Because he's letting me back at the table instantly. Then I take control. I'm playing the safety, and then I have control of the table. So if he had been making more balls, then he could probably start that comeback.
Yeah, for sure. And Ron's no stranger to coming back from the being down anything. Mm-hmm. He's known to win.
Dude, he's such a grinder. It's crazy. I've seen him. He was down 7-1 to Christina Tkach.
Oh, really?
Turning stone and came back and beat her.
That's insane.
Yeah, crazy.
And then this was a crazy game. When the score was 11-7, both of you kept choking on, you missed the 7 into the side pocket straight on shot.
Well, and
then Ronnie missed it
because it was so tricky to get from 8 to 9, and that's why. Yeah. And you see that Ronnie didn't get on the 9 well, even from the hanging 7, because we both. I was thinking about doing what Ronnie did, go long and then cut back and then try to take a cut on the 9. But the shot was so touchy. That's why I was like, I can spin it and I can just hold. Mm-hmm. Then I can play 8, come off the rail, open up for the 9, and miss the 10. But if you hit the 10, you're dead.
Yeah.
And that you could see how tricky that shot was, because I missed the 7, then Ronnie's got the hanging 7, and he still didn't get out from that spot. That's why that shot was
tricky position for sure.
So
but I'm just surprised both of you guys shot 20 times that rack.
It wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like a choke. I shouldn't have missed, I don't think, but I was trying so hard to hold it. I was trying to spin that super soft.
You want to hear a funny comment from Sean Zhang?
Yeah.
He says, let's see what he say. He said, my daughter would have made that shot.
Yeah, of course. Anybody's daughter would have made that shot, but they wouldn't have got out the rack. That's the difference.
True.
Yeah. I don't listen to those lower poppers anyways on the list.
Maybe Sean's like number 2 or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's too far down
You're two levels above him.
No, that's funny, though. I knew it was just such – I rushed that shot a little bit because I was just trying to check it so much, and I should have made it, and I should have been able to hold. I made my decision. I just shot it just a little quick. But
you know what? And then to get yourself on the hill, I think you had to hit a really, really tough back shot on the 2 ball into the left corner pocket.
No, the 1 ball. The 1 ball.
Was it the 1 or the 2, whatever,
Yeah,
to get on the 4-10 combination?
Yeah,
you hit
that
really,
was the hill. I was thinking to get to 13, yeah.
No, you hit a really nice back shot into the left corner pocket to go to the right long rail and back towards the left for the 4-10 combo.
So I was thinking about playing the 4 in the corner, but everything was a little tricky. So I knew I could just play a safety. I almost scratched in the side. I hit it so well, and I knew I just had the window to get it back through. So I was like, the 4-10 I could hit from almost anywhere if I could get on that side of the table. And that was tough, too, because, the 1 didn't lead to the 2, but I knew I was trying to actually draw back, hit the 5, hit the rail, and pop out a little bit, and then I could play a stop shot on the 2. Okay. But I was so worried about catching 5 weird.
Your position on the 2 was definitely iffy. You had ball in hand on the 1.
But there's no way to get on the 2 straight, so that's why I looked at
I figured
both ways.
You'd be able to get a little more angle, but you weren't able to. But you still recovered.
It actually worked out. That was my plan, too. I go, if I get too much angle, then I can come back and cross. Yeah. So it was kind of a risky shot, but I had to go for it. And then, the 4-10, like I said, you could make that from a lot of areas on the table.
Yeah, it was relatively straight on.
Yeah.
And then, last rack, you had a pretty good run towards the end, and you were able to finish it out.
Oh, yeah. I ran out from the 1. It got a little hairy there at one spot, but I recovered. And then, the 4 to the 5 was so tricky and that's why I played it in the right corner, but I got a little bit high on it. I wanted to be able to stun the 4 and get close to the 5, stop shot on the 5, then the 6. And I had to super thin that 6 ball with left hand. I had to play it left-handed because I couldn't get it.
Yeah, you played it with your left hand, and you used inside spin to increase the distance the cue ball could travel.
Exactly.
For position.
Yep. And I actually ended up perfect on the 7, so it made that shot a little easier.
Yep.
I didn't have to force anything.
You got perfect on the 7. I thought you were going to shoot the 7 and leave the cue ball further from us, because all you needed to do was stun.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably the correct shot. I can't. Yeah, that's probably the better shot to be super honest.
But you nailed it. You nailed the leave.
Yeah,
so it's all good.
Yeah, I knew if I got closer to and so I kind of played it with draw because then I know I'm leaving distance too. and I had the perfect channel through the 9-10, and then maybe I get some sort of like creative, backdoor safety out of it. But I wanted to play. I didn't want to roll it in because then I hang the 7. I think that was my thought process. But I honestly, if I would have thought about your shot, I probably would have rolled it because I think that's the more makeable roll.
Well, Thomas Kosha has been in the live chat the entire match, rooting for you.
Yeah, he's my. I learned back in Watertown, he had a table. He was like the only person at a table in Watertown. And I used to play
He was
there.
talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's cool. And
he's down in North Carolina now, I think. Thanks for watching, Tom.
Yeah, Lei Bavu in the live chat says, Dan the champ.
Who's Lei Bavu?
Some person who just joins the stream.
Oh, nice. Thanks a lot, Lei Bavu.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
what a match.
Yeah, what a match.
Thanks for doing this, man. This
what
is so
a
fun.
score, huh?
Oh,
what a score.
Yeah, Ronnie, I mean, I kept the pressure on him, and he got a few bad rolls, and I got a few, better rolls. I was rolling good, and the guy is amazing. Like, Ronnie, I'm not gonna talk any crap because I beat the guy maybe on one hand I can count.
Yeah,
and
you're gonna have to beat him twice if you want to be called the GOAT of Rochester.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna battle forever. Like I said, I'm focused on getting better, and I'm so thankful that there's a player like Ronnie around here to just challenge like me, Sean, Case. That's our goal is start beating Ronnie,
take over
for
Ronnie.
Sure all the time, and he just plays so solid, and there's so much you can learn from him. So
for sure.
Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, congratulations once again.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
What a match.
What a match.
And hope everyone in the live chat enjoyed. We broke some new records as far as our consecutive live viewers at the same time.
Oh, wow,
we had
nice.
well over 100 people watching at the same time.
That's awesome. I can't wait. This is going to blow up huge because you've done such a great job with the stream. So
thanks, man. And congrats to the new champ of Rochester, Dan Sharlow. We'll see you guys next time.
Thanks a lot for watching.
Bye.